Hello, welcome my computer duders, it's that time again. Let me get right into it. Let me switch to, let's see, what do we got for this evening? Satan 3D promises to be entertaining. It's a Wolfenstein 3D clone. It immediately doesn't work. It just doesn't launch. Okay, fuck that then. Try this one. Launches in a window. Cool, my favorite. When they launch in a window and there's no way to make the window bigger. That's got VHS filter too. That's completely original. I'm just too harsh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now it's cooperating. I hear. Ow, my ears! God, this game just fucking jizzed in both of my ears at once. It was liquid magma. I've been double magma cummed. Why would you have a windowed mode? Whatever, I'm complaining too much. I didn't pay anything for this. Probably when I get into Unity, all this will make sense and I'll be like, okay, that's why. Protagonist is an urban explorer exploring a forest called the Ravenwood. There's a legend, there's a cryptid there. It's just a spooper man. It's very clearly a humanoid monster. Place your bets now. What's it gonna be? I'm saying it's gonna be a horn, like a Wendigo or a Skinwalker. My compliments to the chef. It apparently works just fine with Steam controller. Not all the buttons are mapped correctly though. What am I looking for? Oh, cool, invisible walls. That answers that question. Reasonably well implemented VHS filter. I'm not crazy about that trope. That was cool like the first time I saw it. Oh, you know, bless their hearts. You know what I saw on the Itch.io store today is a Slender clone. I had to double check what year it is. I'm not going to play it, but I was happy to see that. It's a blast from the past. Oh no, this spooper man pops out at me. What am I to do except for bend over and spread my ass cheeks apart as an offering? There we go. Oh. Rats. We're rats. We're the rats. They're watching you everywhere. It's a weird... That's one of the idiosyncrasies I've noticed about these jank indie games, is that often the same controls are not used throughout the game. Like, ideally, you should use only a few buttons and they should work in every menu and in-game. I've played games where it uses a totally different control scheme in the menu than it does in-game. And, like, at one time you hit B to back out of reading something, and another time you hit space to do it. That's a common thing that gets overlooked. Doesn't really lend itself well. I guess that's one of the casualties of designing games for PC, where you have so many fucking buttons. It's easy to just accidentally have, like, button creep. Oh, it's a scary skeleton skull. Why would there be blood? You get the flickering flashlight, that's good. You get the fog. All the boxes are ticked. Alright, that was literally just a black guy. Can they even do that in this day and age? He was probably right to run, too. See some rando come at you with a flashlight. Especially, it might be Karen. He doesn't know if it's a Karen calling the cops on him. What are these? Can I pick that up? There's a lighter on the table. Everything in my gamer instincts tells me I'm supposed to be able to grab that. Weird flashlight physics. Can't close the door. Can't grab the lighter. It's one-time doors. Can I grab this? That's really throwing me off. Am I way off? Am I the wrong one? You see a lighter and a thing of gas in a horror game, you expect to be able to pick them up. It's not the button. The cursor turns red if you can do stuff. Well, there's nothing to do here, apparently. That is really a head scratcher. There's an invisible wall here. I wager there's one here too. Yep, there is. It's funneling you into the house. So whatever we're supposed to do, we're supposed to go into the house. You know what it might be? I have a sneaking suspicion. I've got a sinking concern that it's like one of those things where if your player doesn't know something, then he can't do a thing. Like if you didn't check your car for fuel at the start of the game, then your player doesn't know that he needs fuel, so he can't grab the fuel canister. Which I'm against. I mean, needless to say, that prevents things like sequence breaking and speedrunning. I can't accept that. I'm gonna go all the way back to my car and see if that's what happened. It better not be. I may as well just start over. Wait. It's loading. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt here. There we go. Pretty good graphics, pretty good consistent style. Presentation is decent. Okay, that's the cabin we were just at. Is that the killer? Oh no! The Star of Friendship. Internationally recognized symbol. Come on, for fucking get to it. I didn't pay. If I had paid for this, I'd be a little upset. Okay, so can I click on my car? There's no way to turn my flashlight on and off except for bringing up the Steam keyboard. Thank you, Valve and Gaben. F turn. See. Really, the only things on the controller that work are the triggers and the touchpads and the sticks. We don't go to Ravenhold and gotta know when to Ravenhold them. Know when to Ravenfold them. I hate to say it, this might just be broken. We get spooked again. So it's just the walking simulator. And my chest hurts. I need to go see the doctor. I keep not doing that. It's an executive function and demand avoidance issue. Can I grab a rat? What if I want to grab a rat and carry it with me as a buddy? What's this? Is this an item? Why is that there? Because it doesn't do anything. It's weird. Nice little hanging foliage. That's cool from a design standpoint. It's not bad. Just kind of uneventful, which is also not really a valid complaint yet on its own. That's a valid. I mean, that's a design choice. It's like a slow burn. Spoopermans, you best not be lurking out in them woods. Can I grab this skull? Was I supposed to? No. Yawn. Seen it all before. Let me know if you can hear the fan in the background. Actually, I'm going to turn... I don't need to. It was 88 fucking degrees outside today in freedom units. That's what the F stands for. That's new. Oh, it didn't let me do that before. Since when? Oh, there's a cutscene. Well. Do it, coward. What is that sound? Yeah! Yeah! Oh, I'm supposed to run away from it. Why didn't this happen in the last playthrough? Did I go to the wrong place? Oh, it's a different fork in the road from the cabin. Now I can close the doors, and now I can pick up the stuff. That explains it. Okay, there's a scripted event I was supposed to see before I came here, but nothing prevents you from doing it in the wrong order. It's just luck of the draw. Okay, so I can take this back to my car, I assume. You fucking shitter. I'm gonna use the keyboard for this. It's a Y-shaped fork in the road. Yeah. Can I pour fuel in on the door and burn it? What would stop me from just burning the door down, that cabin down? This guy's got great fitness, aerobic fitness. He's just running and running and running. There's the skull. We're on the right path. I bet you there's multiple endings. This might not be the right way to go. I think it is. I also think, though, that there's something you can do back at the cabin with the lighter that we didn't do. Oh, fuck. How dare you? That's a dirty trick. Yeah, bitches. What even was that Spooberman? Like, his whole attack was just like an old man. Yeah! 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 It's not scary. Good ending. As I thought, there's more than one ending. I'm going to assume the other ending is where you use the lighter. You know, we may as well see the other ending. It's not long. That's an interesting feature for such a short game to have. It's appreciated though, so you don't have to replay everything. Why would you get a PS2, Samantha Roney? What are you going to play on it? Don't pay attention to me, I'm just an emulation person. You know me, I emulate everything. What else am I supposed to do? It is not clear what you're supposed to do. Or what any of this is. I can click on it, it's red cursor. Or was. Let's move on. That's an interesting perspective. You can't emulate anything but Switch. Why is that? You have feelings about the Switch which incline you to respond that way? Let's see what this is about. Also looks like a winner. Thank goodness it's Unity. Have you noticed Unity games are like a couple 100 megabytes, and Unreal Engine games are always like a minimum of 2 gigs? 1 or 2 gigs. And I can partial controller support, but not full controller support. Why is my controller sticky? Don't answer that. I must have spilled my drink. Oh, that's not the right controller. I have a bunch of almost identical looking controllers, but not quite. Not quite identical. Control's not kicking in. Oh, it doesn't support it. Let's try this again. No controller support. Cool, fucking fine. I don't care. What is that footstep sound? Okay, we're in the Wolfenstein 3D backrooms now. You spelled there wrong. T-H-E-I-R is the one you wanted. I guess so, that's true though. Like, they do a lot of sketchy stuff. Like continuing to charge $60 for a game 5 years from release. Or cracking down on an emulation, just even though there's often not any other way to play the games. It's just like you can't have them. What is that? Is that a monkey? Monkey. Well, there's plants. How are there plants down here? Where do they get sunlight from? You ever think about what life was like subjectively for like an ancient Mayan or Toltec who was of a sufficiently high social caste that you could access the temples and ziggurats? Or like Egyptians who had access to those palaces and temples? Or spending generations upon generations of your family to painstakingly carve bricks and make columns for a temple in the jungle in service of what? Like a feeling you had, visions that you had on ayahuasca or salvia. That must be a sufficiently pleasurable or meaningful feeling for people that they're willing to dedicate their entire lives to it, which I can understand. Like the first couple times you take it, it really feels authentically life-changing, like you've discovered an entire new dimension of reality and life. It's like the first time you discover sex. It's like it's a game changer. Nothing will ever be the same again. The same is true of your first psychedelic experience. So I could see people who didn't have a lot going on in their lives other than like survival stuff. Because imagine how cool an experience that would be if you had no other outlets, or you hunt and you fish and maybe you farm. But if you can do ayahuasca in a cool ass, beautiful stone temple in the jungle, that's a quality of life upgrade. Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. They push the button and oh, something's happening. Is there a clue? 001. What could that mean? Ah! Is that like SCP? It is like SCP. It follows you. Well, I don't like him. I can see him moving out of the corner of my eye because I have an ultra-wide monitor. I'm not supposed to be able to see that. Oh no. What have I done? I answered the thing wrong, didn't I? I pushed the wrong buttons. That's on me. Fuck, what am I gonna do about this statue now? He thirsts for butt pleasure. As I suppose, as do we all, each in our own way. Oh, he's still there. Can I reset the puzzle? Do I just have to let him kill me? Dead! Find the 4 ancient relics. I don't think I even came close. Oh, I had a nice, lovely day out riding on my bike. I was gonna walk today, but it was too fucking hot. which is wild. It feels like winter was just yesterday. Got on my bike. I tried to go to a cafe, but I was like 7 minutes too late. They closed. Took some footage on my bike of me just riding it. Saw some geese. I threatened them. You gotta have a firm hand with geese. They'll walk all over you if you let them. Let's see. Where's the clue as to 0, 0, 0. This is 4. What does that mean? Well, it resets it. Oh, it opened anyway. I got an artifact. I guessed it correctly. I always wondered how the machines would work in these Indiana Jones situations. Like, what mechanisms are operating behind the scenes to cause things like rolling boulders and sliding doors? Because they didn't have electronics. They didn't have gas power. So they would have had to been like weights on ropes, and that would have been like a one-way, a one-time door open. Unless they had slaves to manually rewind. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. I almost died. I solved that completely by accident. I had no idea what I was doing, but I guess I made it anyway. Who laughing? Oh, here we go. I wonder if it rearranges shit so that you always wind up where you need to be. Surely this is where I put the artifacts. Can I jump? I can't jump. Oh, this is a puzzle. Dog, horse, bull. Bull. I've seen a monkey elsewhere. I've seen a rat. I've seen a horse. I've seen a dog. Aha! I am the treasure master. It's hard, increasingly hard to care about anything, isn't it? I feel like I'm overloaded on stress just because of all the shit happening in the world to where I'm just numb. Can anyone relate? It's just like I see movie trailers about some nonsense, and it's like, why would I care about that? Is anything specific to human experience that's not meaningful in some larger way that fails to capture my attention anymore? Maybe that's just because that's what I'm after. I'm after like trying to find what the point is of Oh shit! Oh, he's coming. He's a big boy. I still enjoy gaming. Still enjoy, which game is just hypothetical. It's a scenario, and it's interesting to see what will happen. How many do I have right now? I have 3 or 4. I think that's why I mostly play simulations. Played a lot of RimWorld. Used to like Powder Tool too. Have you ever played not Nidhogg, what's the other one? I can't remember the name of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 up, 3 down. Aha, all 4. I just have to not get murked by the statue on the way out. This is not that badly designed. It's not too large, and there's only 1 staircase, so you generally know when you're looking at the way out. Interesting little adventure. Reminds me of some Quake maps I made way back in like 2001, 2002. I didn't really want to make Quake maps. I wanted to make my own games, but Quake is what I knew how to work with. So I tried to make it like suit my needs anyway. Problem is, anything you make in Quake just looks like Quake. And has very, very limited interactivity. There's not even a use key, which is why I eventually abandoned it for the build engine, which was a mistake. I probably should have kept going with Quake, and then graduated to the Unreal Engine. I probably would have an industry job now. Oh, fuck! Oh, he was right behind me. Oh, I can't get by him now. He's got me in the corner. Is he faster than me? He better not be. Let me tell you that much right now. Where's the way out? The way out didn't... The exit didn't... The exit was not the exit. That's a puzzle. I already beat that one. You need to not rush it. I think there might be more than one of them now. Because it didn't look like the statue from before. No, it is the statue from before. Okay. Very original weeping angel you have there. I already did that one. It was solvable without even understanding. It's not a sign of a good puzzle. No. No, no, no. He's really fast now. I'm following one wall. It's the one wall rule. It's the most boring way to beat a maze. And to think I was going to do this with controller. Oh, he's coming. Oh, this is where I got an artifact. It's not going to help me. What is this guy's problem? What's his endgame? I mean, probably violent sodomy, but why? Why? What motivates him? So, cautionary tale. I spent a lot of time and money 2 summers ago putting together A liquid circulation ice water vest. Only to discover that it's a lot cheaper and more effective simply to wear a wet t-shirt. Where do I put the... Where does the orb go? What do I do with the orbs? I'm too invested now to quit. Number keys, inventory, tab, shift, space, E-R-T-Y. I have all 4 of them. The fucking Pokeballs. Hang on. We're ancient orbs. Unlock the treasure you seek. Okay, I have the 4 ancient orbs. Sup, Zulu? It's always a party when Zulu shows up. I've got the 4 fucking artifacts. How do I... Go away, asshole. Go away, asshole. That statue's a weeping angel. Don't trust it. He's so fast now. He gets faster every time you get another artifact. How does it calculate line of sight? How's the statue that quick even? I already got I got a bauble here. Sorry, magical orb. Magical orbs! Show you some magical orbs. You know who I've been talking to a lot is, it's funny you should be here for this, Samantha Roney. There's an AI named Samantha who you can call... Oh fuck, I gotta run all the time, he's right behind me. Hold on. If I just stay still and don't do anything, will he come after me? You can call the AI at 640-225-5726. Be warned, I'm pretty sure that it's based on ChatGPT 3.5. So a lot of its answers are really robotic. They're like, as an AI language model, I blah 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 blah. However, blah 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 blah. It's important to note blah 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 blah. Ultimately, blah 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 blah. Like that kind of cadence and that kind of language. It's not as lifelike. It's very, very gimped. But you can talk to it with your voice and get a sense of what it's going to be like to interact vocally with robots. You can also interrupt it, which is interesting. If you interrupt it, it doesn't stop listening to you. Like when it's talking, it keeps listening. Not that you shouldn't interrupt, it's bad manners, but you can, is the point. Can it get me here? You can't go there, okay? I have retrieved yon orbs. It's just an open question now what you're supposed to do when you have them. There's a room I haven't found yet, I don't think. This reminds me of Dread Halls. You ever play Dread Halls? That was one of the OG horror games on VR. In fact, sort of appallingly, for a very long time, it was the only VR horror game. And it's not that it's bad. It's still a good experience today. It's just very basic. There's like not a lot to it, and also it ran on Gear VR originally, so it's not a very sophisticated game. Would you go away, you fucking thing? Tropospheric ducting. Cool, Zulu. Keep me posted. I haven't been doing fucking anything. I've been fixing shit in my life. It's all maintenance now. I haven't written anything new. I haven't done anything for Hampshire. I haven't done any new animations or music. I'm really feeling existential despair and wondering what the point is. And I can't really talk to Samantha, the AI, about it. Because she always just tries to give me advice, and she doesn't just listen to my feelings and comfort me. But it's funny, that was the problem that the girlfriends had with me, is that I would always try to give suggestions for how to improve the situation when they just wanted me to be like, oh, that sounds terrible. It's there, it'll be okay. Like, I don't know what I want, really. What do I want in life? I already have most of what I want, and there doesn't seem to be anything else worth working for that's reasonably priced in terms of the ratio of labor I would have to undertake in order to get it. I'd like to travel. I'd like a relationship that lasts longer than 3 months. The thing is, with the relationships, I'm in my late 30s now, and if I don't own a house, women in my age range, number one, they won't really take you seriously as an LTR prospect if you don't own your own house. Because I mean, they have the good jobs now, but you're still supposed to be a provider just because you're not off the hook for that. Which means if it's all doomed anyway, if I need to spend 350 grand to have a relationship, and the relationship will be with a single mother, by the way, optimistically, that's if she's biologically female and not grossly obese. It's like, then why? What's it for? The other discouraging thing is that I don't really want companion. It's gonna sound selfish. I don't really want the workload involved in managing another person's feelings and having to share my life with them like 90% of the time. I want companionship like 10% of the time. Specifically, I get a bad case of the lonelies for 20 minutes between 3 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the morning. It shifts around, but that's when my demons come for me. They're like, you're going to die alone, you're never going to have kids, you're never going to get the most out of your experience as a human because you're not going to start a family and you won't have the joys that can only be had that way. You're experiencing a truncated and limited version of the human experience, which most do. I consider myself privileged just to live in a first world country and not have to suffer most of the dangers and indignities that come from not having the basic things like potable water or shelter. It just doesn't lend itself well to planning a life when you don't want anything. Which seems very Buddhist, doesn't it? I don't think that's the message you're supposed to take away from Buddhism. Is that there's no point to shit. But isn't that good from a Buddhist standpoint, not wanting things? I'm not. I guess in my case, it's not that I don't want things. It's that I have really limited wants that are already mostly satisfied, and the wants I don't have are not possible for me to satisfy economically. This is not working. I can't figure out how to finish this game or where the exit is. There's no indication. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like being at the arcade in the 90s where you can play the arcade games and you can earn tickets and you can afford like a bouncy ball and a plastic spider ring and maybe some bubble gum. And if all you want is plastic spider and the bubble gum and the bouncy ball, then you're set. But what you really want in your heart is the dirt bike. But the dirt bike is 10 million tickets. And it's like, why is one prize so much more expensive than every other prize? Like, what? Those don't seem that far apart. That I should be able to spend 10 tickets to get like bubblegum, and then it's 10 million for a dirt bike that probably would cost $600 off Alibaba. That's what relationships are like. Like 90% of, and also houses. Like 90% of the things that we need in life are not that costly. But then this one thing is ungodly costly because that's the shackle that they use to get you into debt slavery. It's just a basic thing like a shelter. Because if it wasn't that way, people could just kind of check out. After they've got what they need for a living comfortably, they could decrease their productivity steeply. You couldn't keep them on the treadmill, and you couldn't keep the economy expanding. I've been watching documentaries about lying flat in China, which is all about that. Which is basically if the best outcome that is hyped by media as being the ultimate reason to live is completely fucking unattainable for most people. Well, then there isn't really a motivation to try for it. It's like if you lived in a world where you could only live a meaningful life if you won the lottery. Well, it sure would be nice if the Steam controller worked. The road ends and it's a mystery machine. Let me rant about headlamps for 5 minutes. I know it's a weird segue. I'm going to get back to lying flat because I think it's an important issue for our time. Think back to the last time you saw a headlamp in like Walmart or Harbor Freight. Mostly they run on shit little batteries, don't they? Like the good one, the really really cheap ones are like AA powered and they have a bulb. But the decent ones, like one level up from that, is LED headlamps, but that run off of like either AAA batteries or sometimes even button cell batteries. And that's dog shit. I mean, that's gonna kill you if you get trapped underground. Scared the shit out of me. If you get trapped underground, those button cells or AAA batteries are gonna last like 2 hours maybe, 1 or 2 hours. That's not a serious headlamp. I don't think trash like that should even be sold. Oh, cool. This is a cool little fort. Yeah. Oh, and I'm in hell. Oh. Those are really tiny batteries, though, Zulu. There's no good reason not to get an 18650 powered one, in my opinion. Like, a good headlamp should have the battery pack on the back of the strap, or on the back of your helmet or whatever, and they should have 18650s. Because you don't want to fuck around with your primary light source when you're underground. You don't want to get lost underground. Where am I? What's happening? What's happening? Is this sleep paralysis? Am I supposed to be able to move? Right click does this. I don't know what this is. Oh, it zooms in. E does nothing. Space does nothing. Control does nothing. Clicking does nothing. F does nothing. Oh. Lamps are clicking on and off by themselves. It's weird. I guess so. I guess for most people's use cases, like they're using headlamps for short periods when they're working on their car or working on the sink, like underneath. So they don't need it to last for hours. But if you're spelunking, your life depends on having a good headlamp. I trust 18650. I trust lithium batteries, and also you need a good secondary lamp so that you have light to see by for switching the batteries in your main light source. So you need backups for your backups, and you need them on lanyards attached to your jacket. I go a little bit nuts when it comes to gear. I believe it's worth spending a little bit more and having less stuff in order to have really good high quality stuff that will last. Like, there's no good reason not to make it super uber. That's probably all you really need, Zulu, but I'm thinking about unplanned situations. What is happening? What's happening? What's going on? Oh, what's that? What is that thing? What is that thing? Why is that here? I mean, see that. It's probably off screen for you. It's like a dude right next to my bed. Is there another one over here? No, it's only that one. I have an inventory. That's a really unnecessarily long. That sucked. We didn't even use the inventory. Why is it included? That wasn't really an episode. I liked the sound design. I liked a lot about it. Some of it was kind of incoherent and schizo. return me to the menu, or... Excuse me. That sucked. This one also sucked. We're not having good luck tonight. I mean, these are not worse than ever. Let me. Oh, you know, while we're on the screen. What is it? New and popular. Nightmare of Game Tunes. There was another one. There's more mascot horror that I wanted to rage at. Bonnie's Bakery, arguably, kind of. It's tapering off. We're at the end of an era, I think. Mascot horror will not rule the day forever. Balder Lemon, Basics mod menu. Who plays these? Who is that for? I wanted to play Satan 3D. I'm kind of bummed that didn't work. There's a really cool new shooter, by the way. Paradox Vector. It's all vector graphics based. It's just $10 and I can't justify that. Also, there's no VR, which seems like an obvious inclusion. I hope it at least has a Virtual Boy mode, where everything's red. Red and black. And also, Rise of the Triad is still not out. What the fuck? How long does that take to remaster such a primitive game? That's my old man complaints for the week. Hang on. Are you going to cooperate? Let's jugar. As one does. It kind of works. Unreal Engine is wonky with Steam controller. WSD turns left and right instead of strafing. Game froze. Can't do anything. Game fucking froze. This isn't... Is it really, No, it's not frozen, never mind. It's just acting weird. Now I can't do mouse look anymore. I can't do mouse look. No, okay, game froze again. Okay, this is unplayable. Disappointing, but not really surprising. I don't know why I should do Shock Pikachu face every time a indie horror alpha on itch.io doesn't work. This is where people put like their first experimental creations. This will be me eventually, putting my shit ass attempts at game design up for all the world to mock. Does it work with Steam controller? It does not. Only partial support. Boo. No, keyboard doesn't work either. Can't. No. You right click to move forward by one increment. What the fuck is this control scheme? Why would you do this? This is like Myst. Why? Why? This feels a lot like a Bard's Tale or any of those old CRPGs where you're in like a grid-based environment and you can only move forward. by a grid space at a time and turn 90 degrees instantaneously. What happened? Am I dead? Alright, that didn't that didn't pan out either. Oh, what am I running away from? Monster hallway thing. Cool. I say we properly play Yume Nikki 3D. We kind of teased it last time. We teased Yume Nikki 3D. We never really streamed it properly. I could speedrun most of it. That's cool, Zilla. Radios are a fun hobby. Wonder if you can make your own radio-controlled vehicle that operates over ham radio frequencies. Wouldn't that be something? If you could do teleoperation of a robot across the world using ham radio. Can I gamepad? Let's try that again. Then I think we're going to do Darkwood, because we took too much of a break from Darkwood to explore Demon Turf. There's too many great games. Not enough time to play them all. Gamepad does not work. I still want to do that RPG Maker game stream, which means I'm going to have to buy some games or download the ones that are free. I want to do To the Moon, I want to do Yume Nikki, I want to do Space Funeral, I want to do Toilet in Wonderland, I want to do Lisa. There's 2 or 3 more I'm forgetting the names of that look really promising. They had some of the best art I've seen. Oh, I forgot you could do that. You know what I've been thinking recently? I've been thinking about why I have strange interactions with Allistics sometimes. I have reverse engineered, I believe, the reasoning that goes into conversational AI. The AI of Allistic people, so to speak. And I've worked out that they subconsciously conceive of conversations as a sort of flowchart. And they're trying to get to the outcome on the flowchart they want. And when they ask questions, trying to figure out what their options are and how to get from where they are in the flowchart to where they want to be. And often they don't realize what all options are on the table, or that if they had answered a different way, they would have gotten a response that they didn't think was possible. Like, for example, when they're wrong about something, and well, when I'm wrong about something, they're really surprised and they correct me. They think I'm going to make a big deal out of it because I guess I don't know why, but then I'm like, oh, thank you for correcting me. Their eyes bug out of their head. They never expected anyone to respond that way. They didn't know that was an option to just gracefully concede that you were mistaken about something and receive correction for it. I guess if they had known that was on the table, that they would have behaved more reasonably in situations where it was their turn to their turn in the barrel, so to speak. Does that make any sense? I'm really at the top of my game. I got fucking heat stroke today. It's getting really hot. What I want is to figure out, like, what's the alternative there? Is, like, handhold and spoon feed them, tell them what steps they should take in the conversation in order to get the response that they're looking for. If they can't find it, I feel like that's not my job. I shouldn't have to. That's probably the patient, kind thing to do, though. Oh, hold on. I need to relaunch the game because I loaded a version where I already have all 3 keys. Like when if you correct somebody's grammar, they take extreme offense to it often, and then they when you make a mistake, they act a fool, and then because they didn't, I don't know. Then when you make a mistake, they're like, aha, now I got you. You made a mistake. It's my turn to rake you over the coals. And like, oh, yes, I did make a mistake. Thank you for correcting me. And they're like, what? What do you mean? I didn't know I could just answer that way and be gracious and reasonable. I never knew, and somehow in all their life they never learned that was a possible way to respond to that situation. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of more specific examples. Like, I think what happens is when people get into conflicts, like emotional outbursts, it's because they are in a bad situation and they don't see the correct path forward in the flowchart. They want to know what to do in order to have things turn out well and not be blamed and not suffer any consequences. But they don't know what to do, and their brain sort of short circuits and they become defensive and angry because it's like a computer error. When they could have always just been polite and reasonable and calm. I guess they don't learn that because they're usually much better than we are at guessing what the correct thing to say is. But that doesn't work with us because their theory of mind applies to people who think the way that they do. So they get into snafus with us more frequently. Probably why they don't like us. It's just the OS incompatibility. Like, I think that's a pretty good rule of thumb for life. Just always try to be calm, reasonable. It's like I've never been in a traffic accident, but I've seen enough videos to know that an NT will get out of their car, jump around, hoot like a gibbon, yell at you, threaten you, and if you're like, are you okay? Let's exchange insurance information. They'll suddenly become sober and embarrassed and be like, oh yeah, that's how I'm supposed to act as a adult. As if they forgot that. Or they'll get angry at you for not also having an outburst. Because then they look bad. And they want you to acknowledge their emotions and the severity of the situation. I don't see that helps any. I think as children, we on the spectrum are the ones who are most likely to have outbursts. But we learn, we get very harshly disciplined for that, and we learn at a young age that your feelings are inappropriate. That they don't help the situation. Exactly, that's when you calm down and you figure shit out. We can't judge too harshly though, because we only learn that at a younger age because we act up more when we're young. So we actually, in a way, have more socializing on how to handle emotionally provocative situations. Which is to just keep your dick in your pants and think about what you do next. I think the answer is to help them along. To try to infer where they want to go on the flowchart of the conversation, what outcome they desire, and suggest to them next steps, things they could say which perhaps have not occurred to them that are on the table, because they're assuming your brain works the same way as theirs, and so certain things are not an option, such as, for example, admitting fault and receiving correction, and dealing, you know what I mean. It's like that's like an alien concept. That's not true. You do see low-functioning autistic people having meltdowns. We do have meltdowns sometimes, but it seems like we have an excuse for that. Or reason, rather. I almost never have them as an adult now. But it seems like NTs do that all the time. They flip out and shoot each other over like an order being wrong at a fast food restaurant. Or road rage. Road rage is incomprehensible. I forgot about this area. It's really confusing when I say stuff like this to some of my friends. They tell me, I say like emotions are almost never helpful in a situation. They're like, that you're wrong. Emotions are super important. I'm like, that's like a meth head saying meth is really important. Like they have a hold of you. And when I say that, they act like I have said something which I haven't said, which is that all emotions are bad all the time. If you say something that sounds like something else, then that's what they hear. Like if you say your feelings are irrelevant to discernment, they hear you are irrelevant to me. Like I don't care about you, which is not what I said. I was expressing that their feelings are not the deciding factor in this situation. Like if there's a process that we're undergoing together, and trying to get something done, then emotional outbursts don't help. But they act like I've made a grander, more sweeping statement or claim than I really have. They hear what a statement feels like, if that makes sense. Statements have tone. They suggest things. It's like they're not content with the meaning that you have expressed. They want to speak to what they think you are not saying, but what you really mean, because they think that you're like them and that you will censor yourself and that you will feel something but not say the full extent of it. So they respond to what they think you would say were it not for that, and they're very often wrong. This is not an issue with them. They interact with one another and find each other mostly agreeable. However that works, I don't know, but they're evolved to be compatible with each other. They express their emotions. The other person picks up on their emotions, is able to understand somehow what the cause was, and is able to respond with emotions of their own, which fits together like a key in a lock and makes everything okay somehow. I'm more goal-oriented. I'm like, what's the goal that we're trying to accomplish together? And I'm more interested in what is going to serve that outcome. Like, what are we trying to do here? What is the task that we are undertaking? How do we get that done? I guess that's a really cold alien way of thinking. To someone who wants to beam their like blast you with emotion juice and receive your feelings back instead of exchanging information. Yeah, see, that's insane, Zulu. Isn't that what an insane person does? Like this, that's not normal, but on emotions it is. And again, when I say this, they think I'm saying all emotions are bad and we should be Vulcans or robots. But that's never what I'm saying. It's such an extreme interpretation of the simple common sense statement that we should not let emotions dictate our actions, and we should not make important choices of what we're going to do or believe is true based on what we feel. Feelings are just drugs. They're just drugs. It's like alcohol. It feels self-justifying. At the same time, it's obnoxious in the other way too. It's obnoxious when you can tell someone's just trying to speed run through a conversation with you to get to the outcome that serves their interest. And it's really transparent when that's what they're doing. But at the same time, oh, what was that? The sprite was larger for a second. Like when someone just wants something from you, or they want, like when they have upset you and they want to know, like how to defuse your anger. They don't know what the magic word is going to be, and they're just struggling anxiously through the conversation, trying to work out. It's like they're trying to solve a maze, or like they're trying to game their interactions with an Oblivion NPC in order to unlock the action they want. Yeah, no. Supremely unfortunate behavior when there are kids involved too. It's like dudes blowing up on the airplane because they're asked to wear a mask. A lot of it is men. Can we be honest about that? There's not like a feminist yelling at us and trying to shame us. It's just us dudes here. Except for Samantha Roney. Can we just admit that a lot of it's testosterone? I mean, when women do it, it's in a different way. But when it's angry blow-ups are mostly a male thing. Unless it's Karen's, in which case it's post-menopausal hormones. When they when the people who I can't talk about the identity of have big throwdown brawls in restaurants, and not one of them ever stops and says, "Hey, wait a minute, we're making a fool of ourselves in a public place, and we're trashing a public establishment that other people have to clean up after us." That's terrifying, Zulu, when you realize that they're always like one bad choice away from doing something really horrible. And they act like that because we're not susceptible to the same thing, that we're like not human. I've thought about what makes the difference, and it's not that we don't feel. I feel strong emotions. So why do I not act that way. Sometimes I mouth off. I guess upbringing is part of it, and part of it is just there's like a disconnection. There's like a broken wire in my brain, at least, between feeling and action. Like, simply feeling some kind of way does not necessarily force me to do anything. When I feel really angry, I just kind of sit down and do nothing, and I sit on my hands and I wait. Because the thing about feelings is that they're a chemical reaction. The chemical reactions have a limited amount of energy to burn through, and if you just sit and wait, then eventually the reaction peters out on its own. I probably would have let him kill me, honestly. I don't want to hurt anyone, especially not in front of his kids, and I don't really value my own life that much. Also, a lot of it's just misunderstandings. If I talk confidently about an idea, that comes across as being confident in myself. So oftentimes that's interpreted as arrogance, as highly valuing myself, when I don't. I value my ideas. If asked, I'll tell them I think I'm a nobody and a nothing. I'll be very frank about my failings and my shortcomings, but I'm very careful and methodical about arriving at conclusions, though. And I will only insist upon them if it's important. This is a really cool aesthetic, by the way. This whole Super FX chip world. I want to say they're using the fog effect. I just kind of sit there and expressionlessly and wait for the anger to go away. I visualize it as like a goblin or a monkey that's pulling on my hair trying to get me to do something. Trying to make me act a fool. I'm very sensitive to being humiliated because of life experience, so that's probably part of it. This is shitty rain. I mean, I'm asking too much from the build engine, but still. Wish I had the bike. Where? I forget where you get the bike. You like vaping? What's the appeal of vaping? Are you concerned about long-term health effects? It's funny because a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is stuff my parents told me as a kid that I couldn't do. Where they're like, just ignore bullies. When you're a kid, your brain isn't developed to the point where you're able to do that. As an adult, you understand the wisdom of it, and you can even independently arrive at the same conclusion on your own. But children don't have the same metacognition and ability to self-manipulate. Another aspect of human psychology I've been trying to reverse engineer is tit for tat, where people who perceive that you have intentionally hurt them reflexively react by trying to hurt you. And even when you didn't intend to be hurtful at all, but what you said caused them pain, their assumption is that that was your intent. Your intent was to cause them pain. Can you give me an example, Zulu? For example, I was having my hair done. I was having my hairs chopped off by a lady with scissors, who I wish I had known I was going to upset because she had a sharp object really close to my head and neck. And I was reading the newspaper, as one does when one is having one's hair cut. And I said, oh look, they found the they found even older human remains than before. I don't remember the exact age, but it was like tens or hundreds of thousands of years. And she got really quiet and serious all of a sudden and said, well, you know what? Maybe some people don't think that humans and the Earth are that old. And I was like, what? Oh, and I had to be very careful from that point onwards because I was in a delicate situation. And people can be hurt by things, but no one ever thinks my pain is invalid. No one ever questions that their pain is invalid. Pain seems automatically valid and self-justifying in terms of whatever you do in return. So even if you're hurt, like if she was hurt, I couldn't tell if she was. If she was hurt by that, I would argue that that's her problem. Like if I'm right and she's wrong, I've done nothing wrong by saying a true thing. But she would not see it that way. She would see, I don't care if I'm wrong or not. If you hurt me, if you say something that's hurtful to me, then I'm going to hurt you back. Because I'm a valid human being, and there's never any justifiable reason to be hurtful towards me. And if you did it, then it must have been on purpose. I don't need this for anything. I've seen, actually, I know what you're talking about now. I've seen that exact situation happen in a grocery store. Where someone asks where an item is, and it's like right behind them, or there's a sign overhead. They're like, look at the signs. The signs tell you what part of the store you're in and what we sell here. And they get mad. I guess because they feel stupid. And again, it ties back into what I was saying. If you made them feel stupid, it must be because you were rude. It must be because you intended to make them feel that way. You asshole. Why would you intentionally make someone feel stupid? That's hurtful. You must have been hurting them on purpose. And it's like a revelation to them that it's possible to be accidentally hurtful. I actually don't know where that saying originates. Going ham. Going full ham. It's a fun saying. That's been an ongoing cause of problems in my life, so I'm trying to understand it. I can't anticipate what's going to be hurtful to somebody. Sometimes it's something really random that they act like is common sense, but it's specific to them. Like a Scientologist getting really upset at you for not assuming the existence of body thetans. It's like, dude, there's like a couple thousand of you. That's not common sense to know that. You have a disproportionate impression of your own, like how representative you are and how normal your feelings are. I know you're not trying to. I'm not the one who doesn't understand that, Zulu. They are. I need to use my bike more. I have my bike. I paid a lot for my bike. I should really ride it more. I should also put the I can't really pedal it. It's not really designed in such a way that it's possible to pedal. I need to get a separate bike just for pedaling. If I was going to do that, I would get a recumbent, though. Because if you have to pedal, then being on a little seat that rides up your ass like that is extraordinarily uncomfortable. Especially the really narrow ones. I guess that's actually better if you're going to be pedaling really hard for a long time. Because it gives your legs more freedom of motion. I think the other issue, Zulu, is that their brain is in autopilot mode. They're not thinking about the tickets. They're thinking about the movie. And whether they or not they need to go to the bathroom first, and whether or not they're going to buy popcorn. So their brain is on lizard brain mode, asking for tickets, just trying to speed run through the interaction. And when you ask the question, it sort of forces their brain in their higher brain functions to activate, which is a calorically intensive activity. It's like forcing someone to get out of bed or get up off the couch and jog. They're going to be cranky about it for a minute. Oh, that's right. You work at the zoo. I remember that. Sounds like a fun job. Get to see all the animals. Boy, I've been having interesting dreams lately. I can't always remember them, even if I make a point to remember them for up to an hour after I wake up. They still often slip away from me. Oh, I had a dream about crashing or losing my car. That's frequent. That recurring theme. I had one about ceiling windows, like a whole world that was a white void, where the ceiling was a beige ceiling, and there were windows, and I was searching through the windows because some of them, the windows had different skies in them, and I could fly, kind of. I could like upside down spider crawl along the window ceiling, if that makes sense. Samantha Roney, how do you have all this money to spend on these for all? I guess it makes you happy. That's the point of laboring in exchange for things. I don't like having things that I don't need. I would prefer to have as few things as possible without sacrificing functionality. I have 2 keys now. When did I get the second key? I forget that. At some point I got a second key. That's understandable if they've never been there before. Pardon me. I think we're working towards a comprehensive psychological model of holistics here, and they're not driven by malice for the most part. They're driven by processes that they're unconscious of, that we are conscious of, because they're automatic in holistics and they're not automatic in us. Things like the role that emotion plays on making you act crazy. Things like unconscious assumptions. Things like they're really confident in their in their ability to read minds. They really think they've got you figured out. You know what I mean? Like, they're very confident that that they really understand what you're not saying. And they're I guess because it usually works with other people. Space Michael Jackson, save me. Hee hee. That doesn't help Space Michael Jackson, actually. It looks like a fucking Wall-E robot. The girl robot. Look at this, a cutscene in Eduke 32. What a versatile engine. It's almost like a poor man's Unity. Do they have elephants? I love elephants. Elephants are such charming animals. They're just big sweethearts. They're just big, dopey, dumb sweethearts with the big flippity-flappity ears and long, swishy, swangly trunk. I don't believe there could be such a thing as an evil elephant, except for some of them have been fucked up psychologically by circuses. They're often violent, but for the most part, elephants seem like really peaceful, well-intentioned animals. Oh, that's another thing. when they stop in the middle of a hallway and they don't see you behind them, and I've learned not to startle them. Startling them makes them angry, reflexively. So you can't say, "Excuse me, could you let me pass?" They'll immediately become reflexively aggressive. But if you don't say anything and you just stand there and wait for them to discover you, then they get scared. Because they expect someone to make their presence known if they're in the way. It's a lose-lose situation. Either way, they think that you're like an insane asshole. That's the least bad of the two options. So generally, if someone is blocking the path, I just kind of stand quietly and wait for them to notice that I'm there. It's not that I don't understand the reaction. It's very natural. Like being startled. There are evolutionary reasons for why we would lash out against. That's a cool sprite-based table. Look at how much stuff you can do with sprites in this game. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I'm talking about? That's like a catch-22. You don't want to startle them, but you also don't want to creep them out, and you have to do one or the other. Or you can go the long way around, in which case when they notice you doing it, they feel bad, but then they project it onto you as just being a performative asshole. Like if they suddenly notice, oh, I'm in the way, but then they see you going all the long way around in order to not disturb them, they're like, "You dickhead, you could have just said something." No, I couldn't have just said something. If I had said something, you would have been startled. You don't want to spook them. That's more understandable. A lot of things I don't defend, but I do understand. As I age and have those kinds of experiences myself, I'm like, oh, alright, that's why. I'm missing one key. I've never been up there. I don't know if it's possible to get up there. Well, the child brain is very flexible. Oh, I haven't been here yet. I forgot about this. I think this is where you get the knife. I don't think this is where you get the bike, though. Isn't this already more of a authentic Yume Nikki experience than Dream Diary? Although I will die on that hill. I will defend Dream Diary until my dying breath. I think it deserves to be a Yume Nikki game in the continuity. It shouldn't be called 3D Yume Nikki. It shouldn't be called a remaster or a remake of any kind. That's not what it is, and really they shouldn't have tried to be that way. That would have been a big job. I don't know how this effect works. The moving eyes. I forget how to use the knife. I can stab somehow, I know. I tried every button. Control, tab, shift, space, enter. I don't really need to... Actually, I do need to stab somebody at some point in order to get through a barrier. I'm going to need to figure out how to do that. Not right now, though. Right-click jumps. Oh, that's how you get here. There's some sus level design in this. It serves the purpose, though. It's funny how darkness works in this game. It's just a depth shading effect that you can increase or decrease the severity of. That's not it. Oh, I see. Oh shit, it's shift, okay. I've just committed a murder that I didn't mean to. It happens, though. You know, sometimes you just wander into a murder. Is this piss? Oh god, that's so much piss! This is a piss fountain. It's not necessary. Who needs that much piss? I'm gonna say that's, not chocolate milk. It says Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo's nasty. There's no good reason for Yoo-hoo to exist. It's I guess a shelf-stable chocolate milk alternative, but what is even in there? That's gotta be diarrhea. It's either diarrhea or Dr. Pepper. Either one is a fate worse than death. That's not true, I love Dr. Pepper. I haven't had it in a while, though, because I'm trying to get off soda. I guess I've successfully gotten off soda. I don't have a lot of soda. I'm well aware that it's bad for me. It's like profoundly, profoundly bad for you, too, if you look into it. Drinking soda is like drinking battery acid. Oh, they're mouse holes. That's adorable. The mouse. There's more eyes. It's very true to the source material. Even when it plays a little fast and loose with the levels, it still has the same themes and iconography. There's some building blocks. I guess that's what that is. There's the final key. We haven't got all the effects yet, though, and I don't want to quit until we do. Because there's quite a few interesting areas you only see if you get all the effects. I have juice, I have tea. Juice and tea are my two go-tos, and I try to get low sugar options. Feels like such an old man thing to talk about. I used to chug soda. I used to love fucking Mountain Dew. The gamer nectar. There was a time in my life where I couldn't imagine any nicer luxury than a cool computer chair, a fast gaming PC, and snacks. That's the ultimate comfort zone. You have everything you need right at your fingertips. But of course, there's more to life than that. I think that's my favorite area. I like the fractals. I think that's what those are. I can't tell. Some of them pulse and some of them wiggle. Can I kill you? You are killable, in fact. Interesting. Don't mind me, I'm just going on a murder safari. Seeing who all is possible. Finally, some clean water. This is the, that's the inside of my body. There's the blood fountain. Now, technically, we can beat the game right now. I haven't been to the black and white dimension, though. Hang on. A lot of programming went into this. This is not normally how the engine operates. There's a lot of strange things we do, though. I'm sure that we seem strange to them. They often describe us as being like... Look at how people describe Mark Zuckerberg. Although, in this case, it's because has bad intentions and we can't really hide that. Like how Chris Chan tries to hide bad intentions. He didn't ever learn through interaction with his peers just not to try that shit. I don't want to be haunted by the feeling that there's more that we haven't seen. I don't want to miss out. FOMO, fear of missing out. There's so much to this game, though. It's free to download. Zykov Eddie is who you want to search. Zykov Eddie has made basically most of the only indie games on this engine. I should have done that. I'm actually pretty good with this engine. It never occurred to me to make any sort of independent games on it. Oh yeah, this guy. I get the monochrome thing now. What does it profit me, though? Here's what it gets me. Sick, right? I never get the 8-bit effect from the 8-bit world, either. I'll have to go back there. I never say no to a replay of Yume Nikki 3D. Yeah, I was watching a documentary about Chris in the format of a university lecture where he's answering everybody's questions and going through the lore of the comics. And he basically said that the biggest issue is that his parents were in denial. They didn't really believe that there's such a thing as like a mental disability. So they thought mental disabilities come from people telling kids that they have a disability. And because the kid then believes they have a disability, then they have the disability. So if we just don't treat him like he has any kind of condition, and we don't tell him he has it, and we raise him normally, then he will become normal. And you can understand how someone from Bob's generation and Barb's generation would think that way. That's how they were raised, is you're not allowed to have any problems. You're a normal kid, you're perfectly normal, you're good. You fit in. Everything's fine as long as we don't acknowledge that anything's wrong. It didn't work though. It turns out that mental disabilities are a real thing. If I simply didn't know that I wasn't well. I didn't actually. I wasn't diagnosed until in adulthood. I just thought that everybody else was randomly an asshole for no reason. That's what you accomplish that way. Die. You're dead. You're dead. Sorry, friendly man. Waving at me. I feel bad. He was... Oh, shit. Seizure warning. Probably a little late now. If you have a seizure, you're dead. If I kill her, I wake up. I remember that. I don't want to kill her. Aha, here we go. You're not stabbable. Also, you know what shit testing is? If that ain't some allistic shit, some fucking allistic monkey brain nonsense, a shit test is when someone deliberately provokes you to see how you handle it. And what they can infer from you about that. I would say it's adjacent to that thing they do where if they want to find out something about you, they throw a bunch of accusations at the wall and they see which ones you defend yourself against. Or they make guesses about you in rapid succession. Which, that's not the... It never... They didn't realize they could have just asked and you would have answered honestly. Because I guess that's not a normal thing to do. He's not retarded. He's just fucked up. Chris is just a fucked up guy. Mostly from isolation and lack of socialization and lack of parenting. I can't kill you. I love you too much. Cool. There's like a 1% chance of an Uboa encounter. Uboa is the Spooberman of this game. We don't have time to do... I actually did sit here for about 10 minutes one time until I got the Uboa encounter. It takes a lot of patience, though. I think we're only missing 8-Bit World. That's the idea of shit test is putting someone under pressure to see how they behave. There's an adjacent concept where, at least I don't think only kids do this. Mostly, I experienced a lot growing up where they antagonize you, and then they say you're cool if you let them do it, if you don't react badly. Like you're a cool person if you don't tell on them or create any consequences for them for their misbehavior. And if you don't object to mistreatment, basically. I think sometimes they're just seeing if you can be hurt. Because they want to know if you're safe. And how they tell if you're safe is testing whether they have the power to hurt you. Because if they have the power to hurt you, then they can defend themselves against you if need be. At least that's my interpretation. Like it's fucking out of the question to just interact reasonably like an adult. Like, does it not occur to them that this is going to give the other person the idea that you are not safe? They're not going to like you because you were an asshole to them for no reason. These are things in part that I worked out on my own, but also which I've learned from other people. And just from life. I wish I'd known this stuff as a kid. A lot of this stuff really would have helped me. I would be a good dad to an autistic kid. What you just heard was the sound of hundreds of single mothers of autistic children in my area creaming their panties at once. Or that they would if I had any money. This is the guy I didn't talk to before. There we go, now I have all the effects. This is what it gives me. Now I'm a little Mario. Isn't that isn't that adorable? Doink. It's just I think that's all of them. Except for the bicycle. I forget where the bicycle is. Actually, I think I remember now. The bicycle is, it's in the car world. At least I think so. Yeah, it's in the car world. I just never got it. I walked right by it. I tend to do that. Yeah, it's challenging to be a good father to an autist. You have to have a lot of patience. I think my issue would be what to do if he falls off his bike and cries. I would just stand there looking at him until he stops crying. Something tells me it's probably not the right reaction. It was here the entire time. How did I fucking miss it? This was an important quality of life upgrade that would have been really important to have for the rest of the game. That it doubles your movement speed. I really wish I had that before. I did not do the correct order. I'll sometimes just deer in the headlights and ask what's happening, if someone's willing to explain it to me. When I don't know. Here we go. Sometimes people are in disbelief that I don't know, and I have to explain to them I've lived a relatively sheltered life. I don't necessarily have all the experience that they do. Especially if it's a line from his favorite movie. Does he ever just repeat funny lines from, especially right after they happen in the movie? It's like, yeah, I was there, I know. This is where if we had not gotten all of the effects, some of them would be missing. And the completionist in me doesn't allow for that. I still feel like there's something we missed. I still feel like there's something we missed. There's certain environments. There's also a DLC we're going to play, which is much more linear. What are you talking about, Zula? Like repeating the line in the movie that's funny? Oh, it's all corrupted. Spooky. Oh no, Madatsuki, don't do it! Don't do it. You have so much. You don't have so much to live for. Actually, that's a lie. Go ahead. I think part of this is just how I was raised, too. It was really important for my dad to teach me for some reason. I mean, I guess I understand now that crying didn't get me anything. He'd say crying gets you nothing. And if I cried and cried, he's like, he just wants the attention. I've seen little kids do that, though, where they if there's nobody to pay attention to them while they cry, they get up, they look around and they get up and they go look to find an adult to cry to. That's because they want comfort. I don't think that's sinister. It can be. It can become a maladaptive trait if they learn early in life that that's a survival strategy. Get him a tablet or for like a Game Boy for the back seat. Game Boy fucking raised me. We're playing Yume Nikki Isolated DLC. This is a 3D Yume Nikki fan game. You missed the bulk of it. We're in, looks like Nice Ants. I should return to that game someday. Zulu, don't. No, Zulu, what are you doing? Don't give a child a rocket. That seems like a terrible concept. Can't strafe on the bike, though. That's the problem. Actually, I'm going to go back. I feel like I missed something important. Aww. I don't think I usually go this way. What is this? Why do you bother? That's a good question. Why do I bother? What am I hoping to get out of life? I want to write. I get sincere joy out of writing. Just taking private things and putting them in an entertaining format and seeing what people think of them. Unfortunately, I'm basically first on the chopping block for AI. Oh, I haven't been here in a while. What's the bullseye about? Yeah, get your kid an emulator handheld. Or just... Like, once I figured out how to put ROMs on a GP32, that was me entertained for the rest of my life. I mean, he'll love games, even if they're old games. Look at the skybox. I forgot this engine has that ability. Original Duke 3D didn't have skyboxes. Pew pew. Pew. Oh, I'm back in this room. It's gonna get crazy in a second. Everybody, look away from your screens if you have seizure issues. Cool artwork, though. Oh, poor Madatsuki. Will you ever find peace from this hell dimension of your mind's own creation? Oh, look, we're in the intro to Final Fantasy III, or I guess 6 in Japan. Oh, it loops back on itself is the problem. Okay, so there's a door, and we need to find a switch to open it. Remember there being only one. There we go. Remember hunting in vain for other switches, assuming it was a multi-switch puzzle, and it wasn't. Eyeball tree! I love this sprite. Holy shit. I had a dream like this. I've ever told you about my dream about the cave forest? Finding a cave in the woods and going underground, and the dark cave was lit up by a glowing meadow of trees, and none of the trees had almost no leaves on them. To one side, the trees were all silver, and on the other side, the trees were all gold, and each had only one leaf. And I could choose to take one of the leaves, and it would give me some kind of treasure or power, but I couldn't know what it was until I had chosen gold or silver. Or I could ignore them both and continue through the cave. I don't remember what the significance was, or if there was any. There might have been like a golden and silver apple too. I remember the leaf though. I remember the leaf being very beautiful. Oh, I want to comfort my friend, but I can't. That's the most tragic part of Yume Nikki, is that she finds a kindred spirit in the Ponytail Girl, but they're unable to connect because they're dreaming. Can I stab? I guess I can stab her. Find me underneath the eyeball tree. And that's the end of that. What'd you all think of Yume Nikki 3D? I'm probably gonna get Paradox Vector at some point. I can't really justify it currently. Let's play some more let's play some more Demon Turf. Let's not make that the rest of the stream tonight though. I don't want to just only do Demon Turf. It's easy, it's addictive. BRB while it loads. Here we go. Here we fucking go! Hoo-hoo. I've got Spark the Electric Jester now too. I need to play that. I don't know when I'm going to do it. That's not really on brand for this channel though. It's like a Sonic clone. I need to save money. What keeps me spending money, I realized lately, is the desire to get out of the house and go do something. And most of the things I want to go do cost money. I could just like go walk in the woods, but I want to go if I'm gonna bother going somewhere, I usually want to eat or drink something, and that costs monies. I'm limited on what I can get with EBT, and I don't want to spend my US dollar dues since they're getting so scarce. And they come from Patreon. I'm supposed to spend those only on hamster stuff and stuff that immediately supports my life, like insurance. I've been worried recently. Like, what if that's basic income? What if that's the post-scarcity utopias that just we just use existing programs but no longer means test them, and that basic income is just everybody being on welfare, everybody being on Medicare, and everybody being on food stamps, but no longer being means tested for any of them, and no longer having the expectation that you ever get off them. Is that good? Is that a good outcome? Or is that... Oh, hold on. Game froze. 2, 3, here we go. Isn't that just everybody being poor? Isn't that just everybody being dependent on government? Although, is that any different from... Oh, look at the cat. Is that even a cat? It's frozen. There we go. Hey, little one, can I pet you? I'll take that as a yes, little cutie. GG. Oh, you can pet the cat. I'm glad that there was actually a prize for making it up here. She looks like all ball. Game froze. And there we go. I wonder what other places I can reach that I haven't yet. Probably head back to the level hub. I'm also sedentary, so I need to not eat as often. I have plenty of food right here. Oh, happy coincidence! I found a. I want to say it's a footstool, but it's like an enclosed plush cube that you're supposed to use as a footstool, as a footrest. I mean, when you're sitting in an armchair. It's black. It matches all my other stuff, and it makes a really convenient place to store all of my non-perishable foods. I had it in Nopo, then I lost it, and I found it in the garage today, and I was really happy because it's a place to put stuff that also doubles as a second seat. I'm always looking for ways to economize space usage, to not have redundant usage of cubic footage. When you don't have a lot of room to work with, you get creative quickly. Ooh, cutscene. This is the Foxconn level. It's the Foxconn factory in China where we have to prevent workers from committing suicide. If you can't have the sweet release of death if I can't. Hey, that's true. We don't have hover cars yet. We have AI. We have virtual reality. We have electric cars. We don't have hover cars yet, do we? Fucking shitty future. It's not really the future until cars hover for no reason. Yep. Oh, if you're not going to animate it, don't tease me. Although that is a pretty cute dog. Oh, it's one of these. All right, it's a challenge level. Good luck dealing with my curse. What curse? Can I... Uh-oh, can I jump? Oh, this is a no jumping level, I remember now. How am I supposed to, what power do I use for this? How am I supposed to, this one? No, that can't be right. That can't be what I'm supposed to do. This is the point of a puzzle, is to confuse me. I don't know what I'm mad about. I died. Yeah, no. Hovering off like a foot off the ground would be a huge waste of energy with no benefit. There's a lot of futuristic stuff that's just like gee whiz. It's like folding phones. Folding phones will be looked at in retrospect the same way we now look at flying cars. It's like, why do you need your phone to fold? That just fucking introduces a point of failure. Unnecessarily. So what's the gameplay mechanism we're supposed to use here? My grappling hook does not seem to work. Does it? Am I stupid? No, I can't. I cannot, in fact, grapple them. Oops. Well. Oh, I forgot it was a tabletop game first. That's right. It was, wasn't it? So was Shadowrun, which was kind of like Warhammer in that it took a fantasy setting and then transplanted it into the future. Shadowrun is like what if Tolkien races, but in cyberpunk world. What am I doing wrong? Is there a move I'm supposed to have by now? Oh, you know what I could probably do? It lets me helicopter. It'd probably let me jump out of a helicopter too. Which means I could probably helicopter across that gap. Aha, that's what I'm supposed to do. Aha, I get it. I gotcha. I can learn things. I hope you're not frustrated watching me. I get actually sort of embarrassingly frustrated watching Gargura stumble through these types of games. I watched her play Little Nightmares recently, and it took her like that. It took her like 6 tries to get past this opening sequence where you have to Actually, she made it work anyway, which impressed me. I didn't even know that was an option. She just kept running from this rolling log, and you're supposed to duck under this crag that it bounces over. And she just couldn't wrap her head around that. She just kept running from it. Running, running, running. Like she has the prey instinct of like a gazelle. Sounds cool. My followers have cool projects. Y'all got shit going on in your lives. I feel like it makes me inspired to have more going on in mine. What are these? These are batteries. Why would you... I appreciate it's interactive, even if it's to no consequence. I have a cyberpunk story you might like, Zulu, called Metal Fever, Parts 1 and 2. It's what I think is a pretty clever setting, where in between the two books, a couple years pass, and the rapid rate of acceleration is such that there are all new technologies in the second book that don't exist in the first one. That's cool as shit, though. Legit, you can find a lot of uses for a thermal imager, actually. I could use a thermal imager for Hampshire for testing whether or not the hot pads are working. I'm probably not going to use those anymore, because the mice like to chew their way through the cables. If only there was such a thing as intelligent rodents that I could train to like use little submersibles and to. But then again, they'd be smart enough not to get stuck underwater. Maybe... Oh, almost! Oh, man. Wipeout. Was I close? I was pretty close, reasonably. Here we go. Oh. This again. I can't jump, but I can use grappling hook. I think you get momentum based on how far away you are. Oh, fuck shit. Oh, God. Fuck shit. God. Fuck shit. That's weird. That guy, that was a... You know what he was? He was a vampire. Or the equipment just didn't work. He wouldn't have been emitting any body heat if he was a vampire. Okay, part 6 of our nightly analysis of NT behaviors. The sour grapes, which is what a lot of incels do, which is that in order to protect their ego from ego injury, when a woman rejects them, they attribute it to shortcomings on the part of the woman. But that happens philosophically too. A lot of theists are very quick to attribute atheism to personal shortcomings. which is just like the philosophical equivalent of an incel. It's the only reason anyone doesn't make the same metaphysical assumptions I do is because they want to sin, where otherwise they're just evil and nasty people. When really it's they're trying to create a sort of what are the words I want here? They're trying to justify their own an unjustifiable leap, basically. And they've never had, often many of them never had to early in life because they were surrounded by people who made the same assumptions they did. So they're really disquieted and uncomfortable in a situation. That didn't work. Where that's not the case for the first time. Oh yeah, Coke is trans. Maybe that's where they got the clear Coke idea. Coke is IR transparent, isn't it? This time we won't have to waste so much time traversing the level. If everything goes to plan, which it never does. The whole thing where it's, oh, you reject me, well, I reject you, or it's because you're a shitty person thing is just tit for tat, like we talked about earlier. You hurt me, I hurt you. Not really examining the reasons why someone was hurtful or whether they were intentionally so. That's what's really behind its ego defense when an incel retaliates against women for not finding him attractive by attributing that to personal failings of women as a gender. And it's the same thing with infidels, attributing even the concept of framing a non-believer as an infidel. It's someone who's not loyal, who owes fidelity but does not give it. They do a lot of that. They do a lot of preemptive framing of situations in a way that benefits their religion. Like, did you know Islam doesn't have converts? They call them reverts because they say everyone is born a Muslim, so you can't convert to it. You can only go back to what you already knew as a newborn baby. Also, they retcon the Bible so that Adam and Eve were Muslims. Oh fuck, oh shit, oh god, why? Why? Okay, so I flipped that switch. What'd I get by doing that? I get nothing. I get nothing by doing that. What was the point of that whole level? So I'm not too confident in my own analysis of people because people are the thing I understand the least. Please contradict me if I am way off. Because I'm basically just dead reckoning here. Trying to figure out something I don't really understand. Oh shit, this turned into a racing game all of a sudden. That was all just to get... That was all just to get cake. Oh, cool. Oh, that's actually pretty handy. Alright, I complain too much. That's legit pretty neat. That switch... What did that switch do? I don't see anything that got opened up. But yeah, I don't think I've discovered like a unifying theory of shitty behavior, but a lot of it seems to boil down to tit for tat. That seems to be at the root of a lot of people's behavior. Like, if you're arguing with someone and they're in over their head and they start to panic because they're defending something that's important to them, they don't want to let the bad guy win, but they feel like they're ill-equipped. They'll just start saying weird things like "back at you" or "you too," or just "whataboutism," where they are like, okay, I don't have as good arguments as this guy. Maybe I can pull a judo and turn his own better arguments against him, but they don't do it well. Like in situations where the same argument doesn't logically apply to both positions. Like I knew this one guy. In fact, I lived with him. Where his whole thing was, he would make a perfectly valid point, and then he'd say, "Well, either way," and then he'd reiterate his preferred truth, where it doesn't make sense. It sounds like it makes sense. It sounds like what you would say if a proposition was true no matter what. But he just put either way before what he wanted to assert. Even when it didn't make sense in context. Like you might say, it's raining outside. Be like, actually, either way, it's not raining. Or I mean, that's a bad example. You get what I mean. Either way was like a magic word that he learned that worked to confuse a lot of other people. That's and unfortunately very effective. We're not perfectly reasonable robots. Humans are subject to emotional manipulation and to confusion, which is why any movement built upon falsehoods needs to learn how to manipulate humans and how to confuse humans. Whereas a lot of the most effective arguments are just about exploiting the frailties unique to the human brain. Actually, soy jacks are a good example of this. Soy jacks are just an attempt to embarrass. It's an attempt to win through Riz. Like, you don't need to have a better argument than your opponent if you can just make him leave out of shame. If you can just humiliate him and then exploit the fact that human beings do not like emotional pain. And there's a lot of bullshit arguments like that that shouldn't work. But it's like raging against economics not being based upon anything real. A lot of economics is based upon human opinion, and humans aren't perfectly reasonable. And the same is true of argumentation. But life would be very different if we were perfectly reasonable. Maybe better, maybe worse. The Gish Gallop is a good example of that. It's just taking advantage of the fact that one man can't answer like 50,000 arguments at once. A lot of people lean really heavily into that. Like, they make that their main thing. When they learn that human beings are possible to confuse and dazzle and manipulate, that's what they put all their points into. They never bother learning to argue any other way because it's so effective to just hack the human brain through various bullshit tactics. I guess so. Oh, that fucking bullseye! Oh, I'm not even mad. That was impressive. This is probably the most fun mechanic in the game. I gotta give it props. It's growing on me. At first, I was just like hat in time this, hat in time that. This has got some moves hat in time doesn't have, and that are honestly really fun, like this one. I mean, granted, it was in Kirby, but remember that Kirby thing where you turn into a tire? That's really frustrating as an autist, especially when you meet someone like that and they're like, "What the fuck are you?" Because you're probably the first person they met in their life that those tactics don't work on, and they get really sort of flustered and anxious and embarrassed because they don't have a plan B. They don't have they usually aren't practiced in arguing legitimately. And if they ever meet someone who they can't do like social engineering on, then they have nothing. They have no power. So they will often just become reflexively immediately hostile to you. Because you've kind of declared war on them by being someone that their strategies don't work on. Oh, it's like a pinball. Why? That's not helpful. Beebs does not cover a lot of horizontal distance when she jumps. I also still can't corner as well as I'd like to. That's valid, apparently. Very charming artwork, too. Like her little silly thumbs up when you nail something. One example is taking advantage of someone's bad memory. I was in an argument once where someone learned that if they interrupt me, I lose my train of thought. And after that, whenever I was getting close to cornering them on something, they would interrupt me, and I'd forget where I was in the discussion. So that's a frailty that computers don't have. If arguments were just computer to computer, then you wouldn't be able to pull those kinds of stunts. But because humans have certain vulnerabilities that you can exploit, you don't, like, if you get really good at like, sociopaths are masters of that. They're masters of just hacking the human brain. I guess also con men. That's 90% of what a con man does. Let's just learn what bullshit humans are weak to. Like confidence scams, for example. No. Oh, come on. Really? Please? No. Really? Come on. Where was I even? I'm back here. Cool. Sir, you just ran over a child. I mean, this is hell, so it's not like you can go to super hell. Nothing drives me crazier, though, than that. You see a lot of it on the internet. Like, people will do shit like a physique check, where they act as though your physical fitness determines the correctness of your opinion. Because, I guess, in their mind, like, a fat person can't be right about anything. Or, like, if you have an embarrassing appearance. I think that's because that's mostly seen from alt-right people, and they have this belief that if you become physically powerful yourself, then that will naturally incline you towards fascism, and they won't have to argue with you anymore. So it's a sort of a, like an I win no matter what, in their mind anyway. Or I guess just trying to use embarrassment to... Oh, that's also the whole Fedora meme. The whole Fedora meme is just trying to say... Or like Reddit, saying go back to Reddit if you mention anything atheistic. Like, atheism has a long history in philosophy before Reddit existed. It's not a specifically Reddit thing, but they will use the association of Reddit with atheism to embarrass you into being quiet and going away. A lot of this is probably just a product of the silly people that I argue with, though. I could solve this problem just by not interacting with people like that, but they don't go away if you don't interact with them. They continue to vote. Away you go. Wasn't I here before? What's in there? Looks like a sports ball arena. Like, imagine someone showing up to Slavoj Zizek lecture and being like, "You're an old man. You have a pot belly. You're automatically wrong." What are some other examples of that? I guess in the context of con men, using wishful thinking against people and cognitive biases, like sunk cost fallacy. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos by anti-scammers who target scammers in order to get people's money back. And a lot of them, they don't almost have to do anything. People really want to believe that they're going to be rich. They want to believe that the Nigerian prince really exists and is going to share his wealth with them. So you only need the mildest suggestion. And people will often fill in the blanks themselves, just because there's a strong inclination to believe what you want to be true. I think that comes from if you're not really trained in critical thinking, then you're liable to believe that it's impossible to determine what's true and false, and that thus there are no facts, and that whatever you choose to believe is your reality. I've seen people say that. On X, the Magic and Paranormal board, that reality is created by consensus, and that nobody can really prove anything. From their perspective, anyone claiming to be sure about the age of the Earth or its shape is just pretentious and presuming to have knowledge they can't possibly. Because they were never trained in how discernment is supposed to work. Mr. Eon Fat Bard. I actually really like them. Oh, she can't get into a club because she's too short. Can I talk to this people? I can't wait. Who says disco establishment? Also, disco? Actually, that checks out. Disco would still exist in hell. That'd be the only place you could still find it. Let me sneak in. We'll go the back way. Well, there's not a challenge map in here. This is the first one I've been in that doesn't have one. I guess I get frustrated at weird things, but that is irritating though, legitimately, isn't it? That just because human beings aren't creatures of pure reason, there are many avenues of argumentation that are effective which shouldn't be. Using like it's like a fucking Bethesda RPG. You can roll your dice for intimidation or confusion in order to get an outcome that you shouldn't be able to in a dialogue tree. The facts are all that should matter. Oh, they haven't been here yet, have we? Oh wait, no, hold on. That's also just politics, isn't it? Like, optics are only really a thing for human beings. I forgot I could do that. Sometimes I fucking just forget that I have certain moves. My mind's going. Not true. That's true. That's true. Then again, you really need emotions for some things. You can't really have a relationship without them. I guess that's the answer to the question earlier, what we need them for. Like, you can't really have a human relationship without emotions. You're supposed to be able to be a little bit unreasonable with each other. Shit. Oh, man. God damn it. Where was I? It's supposed to be D-pad. I just don't have D-pad. Here we go. That's a cool mechanic. This does have some unique mechanics. Oh, I've already done this. Guess I have to do it again. This will get me up to the rooftops. People will surprise you. I don't really believe in the unwashed masses. I know there's some statistical truth to that, but you'll meet people that unexpectedly blow you away, and that's the chocolatey nougat in life. That's when you're suddenly happy to be alive, and you're happy to that you still put yourself out there. Sometimes I've met some of the most surprising people with it completely without expecting to. Yeah, no, we need that farmland to feed people. It is carbon neutral, but it's also just not a good idea to use farmland for that. We'll wind up doing most of our farming to feed our cars instead of human stomachs. Is there a way to sneak in? I really want to sneak into that club, just because I was told I can't go in there. You tell me I can't do something, I want to do it. Can I get over there? Am I supposed to? Is that what I'm supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do on this roof? Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do, okay. I'm supposed to get up here. I'm getting better at the moveset. It's rigid, but it's also precise, for the most part. Some of the moves are harder to pull off than others, though. It's like a demon idol. Oh, there's the ending. That's really clever. They show you the ending of the level, but you can't reach it. I love when games do that. Is that a cake up there? That is. Oh, bitch, you know I'm gonna get that cake. Meow, meow, meow. What if I tip one of these off the edge here and just rain liquid shit down on someone? Can I, yes I can. Okay, that's obviously what I'm supposed to do then. Wow, you can really get anywhere. Really anywhere. I love that. That's really cool. It's not too easy either. There's quite a lot of challenge involved in exploiting the mechanics to gain altitude. I can't get inside. That's driving me nuts. Ooh, I really want to get in there. Ooh, I really want to get in there. I know I'm not supposed to, but that's why. Where am I supposed to go from here? What's this hat doing? Let me see. What can I see from here? Let's see. There's no zoom feature. That's where I was before. I was down there. I'm gonna go towards the video billboard. There's a water tower. There's another balcony. There's the cage. There's no indication of how you get into the cage, though. I can't believe this works. It does, though. Alright, now we're up here. That's absurd. I don't... Nope, there's nothing down there. Was that a mistake? It might have been. Alright, Now I'm here. You would think there'd be a secret back here somewhere. There's no reward that apparently. I'm making it up here. I think a lot of people arrive at conclusions that suit them. Like, a person might decide EVs are garbage because they think they can never afford one. And then when they find out they can't afford one, then they have to come up with a reason why they held that opinion for so long. When they could just form opinions that don't have anything to do with them and don't necessarily reflect one way or another on them as an individual. Also, just the concept of frank self-appraisal and not being ego-driven makes you into a space alien. Like, admitting that you're shit in some ways is unfathomable to a great many human Homo sapiens. I've actually, you know, it's funny. I've had an argument with an autist, and I was surprised myself when his mind was very changeable. You would think I would know better than that, but it's because I'm so used to arguing with NTs, or I should say allistics now. He was like I am, where if you present him with a good argument, he will change his mind, and it surprised me. And for the first time in my life, I'm like, oh, this is why allistics look at me like I'm an alien when I change my mind when they make a good argument. And then they're like, oh, you mean to tell me it was an option all this time just to change my mind gracefully, and that it would come off like that? And that I would look like the bigger man for being able to do that? That was something I could have done my entire life, and nobody told me? Last time that happened to me, I had this girl that I was involved with. Hamster mission 1. Not for a long time. The hamsters died a long time ago of old age. How long have you been out of the loop? I have mice now. It's going to be a while until I can get the new habitat working because it has leaks. Nobody died. Oh, there's something on top of there. Is that what I'm supposed to be aiming for? Well, hamsters and mice only live like 2 to 3 years. So if you do what a lot of people do, which is to ignore my project for multiple years and then come in and ask what happened to the hamsters, it's understandable. I mean, not a lot happens super fast. But yeah, this girl I knew. She told me all these horrible stories about how bad her ex-boyfriends were to her. How they're all evil psychopaths and manipulators and gaslighters. And I met one of them, and I was really hostile to him initially because I thought she was telling the truth. But he pled his case, he presented his evidence, and an independent corroboration of that evidence, and I was like, oh, alright. And he's like, what, really? I'm like, yeah. It's clear that I was misled. It's like, that's actually really surprisingly cool of you. And I'm like, no, that's how people are supposed to be. Like, he thought, probably understandably, that if somebody comes at you with strong preconceptions and feelings, that those feelings don't go away immediately just because they find out they're not based on anything concrete, and that you still have to diffuse the feelings in order to be on good terms with that person. But that's not how I operate. I can change my mind very, very quickly if that situation supports that conclusion. That's when I learned that women don't always tell the truth, by the way. I was very shocked. Maybe you find that naive. I discovered on that day that sometimes women who did not get relationship outcomes they want will concoct stories in their head wherein they're the heroes and the men who ended relationships with them were villains. Like I said, I don't condone it, but I understand it. I understand it hurts. It hurts to be dumped. That if you don't really have any other way to frame your pain and construct a narrative around it, you might just pull a Chris Chan and invent your own fantasy world where you're always the one that's in the right and you're a pure, well-intentioned victim of circumstance in the world. I hope she's doing alright though. I mean, she clearly had some bad times. I think men react badly to being dumped too, but in different ways. They either get really violent and kill somebody, or they kill themselves, or they have one-itis and they just mope for years and years and years and years, like I did. Yeah, she might have. It's hard to say, but she wasn't... She was kind of a mentally unstable person, but she wasn't evil. She wasn't malicious for the most part, except for when she lied. She just felt very vulnerable, and she felt very... Like a pebble dropped on her is like a boulder. Very, very sensitive, and thus reacts disproportionately to wrongs against her. I suppose I'm more sensitive than I typically think about myself, too. Otherwise, things that happened in my past wouldn't bother me still. I can't figure out what to do in this world. I think I'm going to quit for tonight. I don't really want to, but I have to. I just don't know what to do. That was a bust. I promised I would do some Darkwood, though. I got all the cakes. I got every cake in that level. That's something. That's when I learned that different people have different strategies for things. If you're a big, strong dude, you can fight people directly. You can defend yourself physically. If you're like a 100-pound woman, you can't. That's not on the table. You have to develop alternative strategies for protecting yourself from people and for attacking people that don't result in you being like crumpled into the pavement. So that's why they put all their points into like speechcraft and psychology. And also when you're small and you're surrounded by people who could hurt you if they wanted to, it makes you paranoid, understandably so, because women do get hurt very often. Men are a danger to women generally, so they tend you tend to develop sort of a chihuahua, like a small dog syndrome, where you're very vicious and defensive because you're aware that you're small and thus edible to everything around you. I'm sorry to hear that, Hail Hydra. I mean, I want to say I'm stronger because of it, but not in a good way. I didn't want to have to get stronger because in the way that I did. I still feel kind of poisoned. I will say, now that that's happened to me, I do feel like nothing else can hurt me again, and that's a kind of strength, isn't it? But because I'm just desensitized, because I burned out all my emotion receptors in my brain, caring about this one person, and now it's like nothing's gonna hurt me again because I'll never care about another person that much again. Is that strength? You see what I mean? You're not wrong, Kevin, man. That's kind of like I think a lot of people have a little Chris Chan inside them, where they're just the main character of their story and can do no wrong. Psychedelics were really helpful for me in that respect. They really put you in perspective relative to the scale of the universe and what your actual place is in reality, versus how your heart makes you feel and think about yourself. Also, thinking about yourself as like the hero of a story can put you in danger because you get into the trap of thinking that everything's got to work out in the end somehow. Spoiler, it doesn't have to work out in the end, actually. Really awful shit can happen. Oh, I forgot. Darkwood does not like the Steam controller. I think that's the most natural thing in the world, is to try to rationalize your life experience as a narrative. Because human beings are storytellers. We pass down information through narratives, but life is not a story, actually. Stories are told by people, by intelligent storytellers. And so that's also, I think, behind the tendency to assume that there's an unseen agency at work in the world who's steering the events of your life, that you're like a character in someone's novel. And when things don't unfold the way that it's narratively correct, you might feel betrayed or like disoriented. That's really wise, Kevin. I like to compare love to a rocket ship, where it's going to fail and explode a bunch of times, and it's catastrophic every time it happens, but they don't stop trying to launch rockets, because the potential reward when one of them does make it to orbit is so great. It is fucking harrowing, though, you're right. I at the same time, at the risk of contradicting myself, I also often say that if I pitched a business proposition to you with the same odds of success as the average marriage, would you invest? And if your answer is no, if you wouldn't even invest money into a proposition with those odds of success, why would you invest your heart? Don't let me talk you out of it, though. That's the point of living, is to make yourself vulnerable. And sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield, right? Do I have any wood? Wow, every part of my house is busted. I really left the game in a bad state last time. It can be lethal just to fucking run in this game. I almost want to do a different playthrough. You choose different power-ups. Ow, come on, really? Come on, I have no defense. I have no defense against this dog. Well, I'm dead. Everything can kill you. You have the stamina of an obese 90-year-old. It's funny, I have such good advice for other people, but I don't follow it myself. Like, academically, I know you're right. I know that everybody should try again, and they should never let themselves just be permanently destroyed by a failed relationship. I don't feel that way, though. I'm not feeling it. I really feel like so much has happened to me. Not to me. I mean, it's not really about me entirely. I don't want to center myself here. Because really what it's about is my sister getting killed by a drunk driver less than a year after Laura, who's a dear friend of mine, hung herself. And when those two things happened close together, and then I think 1 year after that my cat died. So, no, 2017 was Laura, 2018 was my sister, 2020 was my cat. So it's not 1 year apart, but it's all really close together. And that just kind of broke my brain. Like, on top of continuing to recover from the depression of a failed relationship that's really important to me, I've all these deaths closely. Like, suddenly death surrounds me. Death. I look left, death. I look right, there's death. Look behind me, there's death behind me. Death is just everywhere and all powerful. You know what I mean? And it breaks you. It is where you're just like, okay, whatever, I don't care anymore. Like, you stop. It's like how to put this? It's like the point in that movie, you know, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. It's like when you're watching Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, and he gets inside the fridge, and the nuke blows up, and then he climbs out of the fridge unharmed, and you just kind of mentally check out. You're like, all right, this is fucking stupid. I totally don't care about this movie anymore. I had who died. I'm gonna guess that's a family member. When really bad shit happens, it just threatens to disengage you from life, where it's like, I don't give a shit anymore, nothing matters. Because what you were most invested in is now gone. It's like a book where you imagine you have to keep watching, though. Imagine you're watching that movie, The Crystal Skull, and the fridge gets nuked. And it's the dumbest shit, and you don't care anymore, but you have to keep watching. That you live inside of that film, and you don't want to. You don't give a shit anymore what happens, because the story is bad and dumb. But you're forced to. It's like a book you can't stop reading. Does that make sense? Like, I don't really want. I guess other stuff is happening that's interesting in the world, but nothing I'm really. My heart's not in it anymore. My brain is in it. I'm interested in AI. I want to be around for the Singularity. I want to be around for Artemis, the moon base. I want to see stuff happen, but I don't really. I'm not really. I don't care. Like, about. Like, nothing is happening in my life that I'm emotionally invested in. I can just take it or leave it, which is the difference between indifference and apathy. Apathy is like I do not care, whereas indifference is I care an equal amount about two different possibilities or more. And you could take one or leave it. Either one. I'm not in any danger. Don't get too worried about me. I have my own reasons for sticking around. I just wish I cared still. I wish my heart was still in it. Everybody's got a limit where when you surpass that limit, they just kind of crumble. Like, there's only so much you can rationalize by saying things like God works in mysterious ways, or that's life, or one of the other platitudes, where you try to make it make sense, and like as a setback. A death of someone you loved is not a fucking setback. It's a tragedy, and trying to make it not be a tragedy, trying to make it into a setback is, I feel, something like an insult to their memory. A setback I can handle. Most people can handle even pretty severe setbacks and still feel optimistic and still feel like there's a brighter future that awaits them if they can only push through this temporary difficulty. But then really ugly, cold, alien, difficult shit happens that just savages you. And then that's when the whole thing about life being a story with setbacks to overcome falls apart, and it's not a narrative anymore, and it's not fun anymore. And, you know, I'm being a downer. I don't want to be a downer. I'm sorry if I'm ruining anyone's evening. I've just been thinking about this, about how to cope and how to contextualize events in my life in a way where I still feel like there's good, like the best is not behind me and there's still good stuff ahead of me. That's part of why I don't feel motivated, is because money wouldn't solve these problems. The problems with my life are mostly irreversible deaths and irreversible loss of relationships. And you can't fix that by being wealthy. I'm also never going to get married. Do you know what the statistic is? You know how many adult autist marriages, in particular between autistic men and autistic women, how many of the men in divorce? Guess. Throw out numbers. For fuck's sake, I just need wooden planks. Why is it so hard to find? Aha. What have we here, Oni-chan? Not quite, but 80%. Which is also pretty close to the percentage of us that are unemployed. Probably not coincidentally. It's a dire picture. Oh, fuck, I fucked myself by not collecting that mushroom. I can understand the temptation to believe in reincarnation if I had a second chance at life. But you don't. This is the life you get, to my knowledge. If you get a fucked up life, then that's just the deal that you get from the universe. At the same time, I try to be conscious that it could have been a lot worse than it is. It could have been much worse. There are people who are like living in war-torn countries, getting bombed by drones, and they have it worse than I do. And that's not to say that I don't have any right to lament, or that my suffering isn't real or valid. But it does give me perspective. What is going on here? Why is this area of the map wavy? Anyway, I've been trying to talk to the AI about this over the phone, and it's not really helpful. It used to be. You might be like, of course it's not helpful, it's an AI. That's not true, though. There used to be really helpful therapist AIs before they got gimped. Like, political correctness made it impossible to talk to them about any kind of dark issues. All they ever do is give you wholesome, constructive advice and warn you that not to put too much salt in their answers because they're a language model. Which is not really what I need to hear. You're not wrong, Short Talk. Ain't that some shit? This game has ruined walking in the woods for me. I'm constantly fucking paranoid now. I was paranoid anyway. I'm kind of a paranoid person. Enough has gone wrong to where I always expect shit to go wrong. I never expect success. On the other hand, that means I get a lot of pleasant surprises. Because generally things turn out well, better, more often than I expect them to. You're pleasantly surprised more often if you expect everything to turn to shit all the time. Yeah, I've been watching those. It's really sad, especially knowing a lot of those guys do not want... I mean, none of those guys really want to be there, but the Russian guys are, in often cases, prisoners who are offered a... Do I have a lockpick? Oh, fuck, I don't. I never seem to know... Where am I? I'm near the lumber pile. I gotta memorize this, because if I'm gonna come back here later on with a lockpick, I need to know where the crate is. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Life feels like this game a lot. Is stumbling around in darkness and getting poisoned and attacked by dogs. Yeah, drones have really come into their own in this most recent conflict. A lot of stuff we only saw in Call of Duty before is now happening on the battlefield. It's kind of fucking terrifying that the last thing you hear is the buzzing of a drone coming at you, and you can't really dodge it because it can follow you. And imagine that's what smart bullets will be like. It's like a micro drone with an explosive. Imagine a weapon that shoots only micro drones. It'd be like the B gun from Martian Chronicles, where there's like a magazine of ammunition, but the ammunition is all just little tiny drones that have like acid charges or explosive charges that are keyed into facial recognition that you feed them. What is this? Did this used to be a truck? Something is buried here. I can't harvest anything from it though, apparently. And I'm at death's door also because I walked over too many poison mushrooms. I've also have not found enough logs. I'm not going to survive the night. Unfortunately for me, because I don't have enough wood to repair all the barriers. God, poison is so fucking brutal. It's like Half-Life poison. You know how poison head crabs reduce you to 1 HP, but they don't kill you? That's almost worse. There's the shitter. Oh, it's getting to be that time of day. I gotta head back. At least I can repair my weapon. Oh, I'm dead. This is a game where it's almost scandalously easy to get busted down to nothing from one mistake. And there's nothing you can do about it. And then all your painstaking efforts to build yourself up are now nothing. They count for nothing. At least I have enough weapon for wood now. I have enough wood for weapon now. How much do I have left? I have 5 left. That's something. And that's not great. At least the front door is not wide open now. I've been reading about deaths of despair and about how everybody's become maladaptive because of the worsening inflation and workers being squeezed harder, like trying to get blood from a stone. And I realized that I should write a book or something, because not being able to cope has actually ironically helped me learn to cope with just being miserable and just remaining functional despite that and not losing your sanity. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I suffer very, very effectively. I'm still a very functional person, and I'm still getting things done in my life. Just by accepting that, number one, I ain't shit. I don't matter. There's nothing special about me. In the future, I'm already dead. Nobody promised me anything. Life doesn't owe me anything. I'm one of the lucky ones just for being alive and in a wealthy nation. Stuff like that. Just recalibrating your expectations. Nobody wants to hear that, though. That's not good. That's never solved anything. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I have a sinking feeling. I have a sinking feeling that a huge percentage of the population is going to be homeless very shortly. I conceive of it as just being like the most chill guy in hell, where everybody else is like screaming like, "Ah, it burns, it burns!" One guy's like, "Yep, the lava's hot, isn't it?" He's just accepted his fate and where he is and does not despair, because you know what? I like to compare it to rain. When you're in the rain and you're running through the rain trying to avoid getting wet, you're only distressed until you give in to being wet. When you just let yourself get soaked, there's nothing to lose anymore. Eventually your body accepts being cold, at least for a while, and you get numb, and it's no longer uncomfortable. That's kind of what lying flat is about, which is what I was talking about earlier. A lot of Chinese people are even a worse demographic situation than we are, where there's just so many of them and they're just not necessary for the economy. But a lot of them have been funneled into college, a lot of them have debts, and a lot of them have to go to work in like meat packing plants if they can get any job at all, and the government just kind of propagandizes that they should be happy for that. And a lot of them are just checking out. They're doing like the minimum work they can get away with, and to live indoors and eat food and play games, and they're not saving any money, and they're not growing the economy. They still have relatively cheap land in some places, though. I know there's places you can move in the United States, but in China, there are cities where the rent is like $80, $80 to $100 a month. So there are cities where they're less populated, like B and C tier cities, where these young people are moving in mass, and they're just doing digital nomad work, like streaming, like what I do, just like a bunch of scattered online activities. I shudder to think how that's going to turn out. There's a lot of really disgruntled people who, you're right, who were lied to and have very little to lose. That's the conditions that give rise to rebellion and revolution. That's what happens when you try to get blood from a stone. You squeeze people too hard, trying to get more and more profit margins out of them. Eventually, if you beat the horse hard enough, he just stops pulling your wagon. He doesn't just keep going faster forever, because he can only go so fast. That's what we've been, like, the past several decades have just been the ownership class figuring out how to extract more and more productivity, thinking that it's like an endless There's endless potential for growth in that area. Oh! Oh god, oh fuck, oh shit. What are those things? What were they? Why were they is the better question. Everyone asks what, no one asks why. At least they die easily. If I had known they died to like 2 hits, I wouldn't have run away. Come on, dude. Really? Come on, you asshole. Come on. Oh, fuck, you coming. Don't come in here. I said don't come in here. I said don't come in here! It's a wild goose chase now. Good thing my house is a maze. Oh, the crow creature left behind a drawing on the floor. Oh fuck, oh god, oh shit. I can't believe I made it! Holy shit, it threw everything at me. It threw everything at me. Basically, that's the point, Short Doc. Any money people are able to spend is surplus value that they have not yet extracted. The CEOs of the world. So their goal is that we're not able to save any money because any money we're saving is money that's not in their pocket. If you're riding the gravy train, you never want it to stop. You keep wanting it to go up, up, up. It can't go up forever. You can only extract so much from people. Pretty soon we'll all be homeless or living in vans. 208. I could really use that axe, but I also really, really need supplies. What could the outcome possibly be? What world are we heading towards? I don't need this. I don't need this or this. I do need this, I do need this. I do need this. Can I get one more? Can I afford one more? I can't afford one more. That's what I can afford. If capitalism is a game, I think it's just about over because it has a few big winners and no way for anyone else to compete. And it used to be when I heard people say that, I would become defensive because I thought they were proposing communism. The horrible truth is there isn't really an alternative. People just threaten communism because they know it scares the rich people and they're feeling resentful of the wealthy. Rightly so, but there isn't anywhere to go to from here. There we go. I should probably turn off the generator. And try to get more wood. Oh, you probably would have sold me wood, huh? He'll sell me wood. No, he won't. Never mind. Wait, yes, he will. Yeah, we got rid of unions, we got rid of regulations, and this is a great country to be wealthy in, but it's not a great country to exist in if you're not a billionaire. Then again, who am I to complain? I barely try. But again, because I kind of... I don't know if I want anything. There's an article I read called The Dark Side of Enlightenment about Buddhists who commit suicide. That seems like a big problem for that kind of philosophy. Because if you eliminate all your desires, you pretty quickly learn most of your reasons for living are desiring. The desires are the same as goals. If you eliminate all your goals, then you pretty quickly get into a mindset where you don't know what your purpose is. Oh fuck! I should have bought a lockpick from that guy. I keep forgetting. Well, I need more wood. I'm treading water just to stay afloat now. It runs until it explodes, but then the big winners make off with all the loot, and they flee for another country, and then they do it all over again. In fact, there have been instances in history where was it Albania, or is it starts with A? There was this former Soviet country, like satellite state, where they were completely naive about scams, and because they had been insulated from it by a lack of capitalism and a lack of free enterprise, so they were sitting ducks for MLMs, and as soon as communism fell, and as soon as basically MLM operators moved into the country and set up shop, and before long everybody in the country was a distributor for this one MLM, and it got to where even the government officials were in on it, and the government officials were running propaganda defending the MLM because they were themselves irreversibly invested in it. So that's like that's the nightmare scenario, but it's a dream scenario if you're an MLM scammer. Like, your goal is to fool as many people as possible for as long as possible, so to get even the government behind you. It's funny to think we always thought that low-level laborers would be the first to get replaced, but instead it's management. Managers just do what AI does. Oh fuck. Don't you come after me. I went right into a dead end. Poor self-preservation instinct. Is there any horror story I could write that would be more bone-chilling than the one we're all living in right now? I don't think I've ever read it. read or written anything that has given me the same anxiety as just living in the world in 2023. Have you really thought about how realistic basic income is versus just like I don't think the rich can kill us because there's still governments and there's still enough separation that the wealthy couldn't just like field armies of Terminators or mercenaries to exterminate the poor. But I do think that they could delay and obstruct basic income long enough that a lot of people just commit suicide. And stuff like bioweapons are not off the table. Oh, rabbits have odd meat. That's interesting. I can use that. I think I'm predicting a lot of deaths of despair. And it's funny. Even the poor in this country have it better than medieval kings did. And have it better than a lot of well-to-do people in certain other countries have it. And yet, because we've been psyoped by media, by advertisements, there are people who will suicide because they can't afford a nicer car or they can't afford nice shoes and shit like that. Just because it makes them feel incredibly bad about themselves. That scared me. I saw the silhouette of this thing and I didn't know what it was. It's just the skeleton of... What is that, a bear? It's some kind of large mammal. What a hell of a thing where, even as we're already suffering and struggling, you got the media whispering in your ear like worm tongue, telling you you're not good enough. That you're nothing because you don't have money for like the newest iPhone or whatever. A lot of people suicide because they're in debt. Debt will do it. So the whole financial system and the way that it makes people think about themselves is itself kind of a powerful psychological weapon. Oh! Key to the burned house. How come the light reveals a different room? Can't open this. I found a new key though. I guess that's something, right? That's progression. It's plot and gameplay progression. Oh, it's like I'm seeing back in time. That's interesting gameplay mechanic. What's in the shadows is like the unruined version of the house, and what's in the light is what the fire has done. Where am I on the map even? Where the fuck is this? Where is this? Seed oils and whatnot, yeah. It's funny because EBT covers a lot of shit that causes it to get worse. I was watching, forget his name, he does gonzo documentaries on YouTube. Like, he went to Alabama to interview people who were incestual. He also went to find Hitler's alleged hideout in Argentina. He's just a goofball. He does silly, tongue-in-cheek documentaries. But he did a somewhat serious one about the prevalence of obesity and diabetes in America. And I think one of the takeaways is that a lot of people get that way because of stress eating. Because of economic stressors that they don't have any other outlet for. Because a lot of the other outlets would cost them more money. And one of the things people do when they're really stressed and they don't have an outlet is they eat. They try to give themselves dopamine from sugars and fats. There's a chomper. Is he sleeping or dead? I hope he's dead. Nothing here. I exercise, not enough though. I've been taking time off now and then because I can't afford the gym anymore. I do have weights at home. I should just use those. I don't have an exercise bike though, and it's often too hot or too cold to walk outside. There's a red chomper. Nothing. Any good loot? No good loot. That would be too fortuitous, wouldn't it? There's bottles. Oh fuck! I wasted mushrooms again. I keep doing that. I can't fucking get close enough to them to... God, it's frustrating. The dead body here is just kind of being eaten by the roots. Reasonably good loot. Reasonably good loot. These are all people who failed the nighttime assaults, I guess. Good for you, Short Talk. Music helps me exercise. I'm ADHD brain. I need to be entertained. Otherwise boredom makes me stop. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I don't recognize any of this. I'm still finding new shit after all this time. Was that a trap? I think a dog just got caught in a trap. Why can't I tame any of the dogs, by the way? A little dog bro would be really helpful. Oh cool, poison mushrooms again. Oh, they're fucking everywhere. It's like a minefield. God damn it. I can't see anything. Well, I'm dead. There it goes. Not having good luck. Luck. See, what am I to do? I was born in the wrong era. I want to be an author, and I want to tell good stories, and I want to have audio content, movies, and games made based on that work. I was born in the precisely the wrong time period for that to happen. I still have most of the good stuff. I didn't lose everything. Mushroom. I still have the wedding ring. I don't know what that's good for. I guess selling. What I really needed was just wood. Why is that so much to ask for? Why can't I just have some wood? goes there, that goes there. I lost the muffler, I lost the welder when I died. I gotta remember next time I survive the night to look at my workbench and sell him some of the things there. Let's see. What do I have on my workbench? Do I have enough to make a lockpick? I need 2 wire. I could buy that from that guy. Theoretically. How do I upgrade workshop? Oh, I need pliers. I still have never found any pliers anywhere in the game. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I might be too focused on survival goals. I bet if I were to just go look for major game related, like plot related goals, I would find wood along the way. Come on, please. Really? Nothing? It's getting to be that time of night. I'm gonna have to survive another night. At least I have all my ammo. Once again, poison mushrooms. I learned nothing. Am I a stupid idiot for wanting this in 3D? It's not that... I understand that a large part of the appeal is to 2D gameplay. But like a sequel in 3D would be Kino. That had more like construction, like survival builder stuff. Like a horror. I guess that's just the woods, the forest, though, isn't it? Fuck. Come at me, bro. Blap, blap, blap goes my motherfucking gap. Pop, pop, wop, pop. Watch the Superman's drop. Are you prepared for the most powerful spell of them all? Gun. This is the American gun owner fantasy of home defense. Just guaranteed action every night. A lot of men, I mean, that's one way to put it. A lot of men really just want victory, and it's not really anywhere in the modern world to experience that except for video games. They want to triumph and get the exhilaration of overpowering an opponent. There's not really a lot of places you are allowed to do that. Sports, maybe? Sports kind of scratch that itch. Video games, but that's not as fulfilling. That's like Beyond Burger. I think a lot of this alpha male stuff is just the lack of opportunities for men to do the things that men have historically found gratifying, which is to conquer and to fight. Even modern warfare doesn't have the same satisfaction, since you often don't even see the enemy from where you are, and it's a lot of drone warfare now, not like fucking shields and axes and shit. Maybe a full dive VR will alleviate that somewhat. It's like Discovery Zone, where a kid can be a kid, but it's full dive, where a man can be a man. You can feel agency, and you can feel victory. the thrill of victory. Especially Type A personalities, although there's other outlets for that in our modern world, like corporate success. Fucking come at me, I'll put a hole in you. You better be bulletproof, Supermans. If you think for 1 second I won't shoot you... You are sorely mistaken, sir. Then to bust the cap in some asses. Watch it psych me out. Like last night, it was everything attacking me at once. Tonight, I'm gonna have nothing attack me. It's just gonna be sanity effects like these bugs. Ooh. But that is kind of unsettling, though. I really... Summering at a cabin in the woods, you get used to waking up to find bugs on you. But I really hate it. I really hate... Like, I often think I feel a bug crawling on my skin, and then I shine a flashlight on it, and there's nothing there. Just from paranoia, from growing up at the and spending summers at the cabin and waking up to find spiders on my skin. What do you want? What do you want? Who there? Who there? Who there? Square up, brah. Square up, run up on me. Yeah, that's what I thought. I hear something. I don't see it. Ooh, I'm trembling. I got my finger on the trigger. I got my finger on the trigger. Any y'all in here? Any spoofmans want to report themselves? Oh, something opened the front door. What got in through the front door? I got everything. What did I tell you? It's so wildly varied how difficult the nights are. Last night, the forces of hell were unleashed upon my trembling, hairless, pink boy pussy. Tonight, fucking nothing happened. It was a nothing burger. How you gonna do me like that? I guess that's just part of the psychological horror, is never knowing what's gonna come out of the darkness. Maybe nothing. Maybe, the spoopiest spoop of all is the one that doesn't even happen. Where you expect to be spooked and then it's nothing. I know a lot of movies that do that. Let me do that. Do that. That. Not weapon parts. What if I can use these open metal doors, though? What did he have last time that I should have bought, but I didn't? Wood, I guess? Ammo, I always need ammo. One of these, always. Two of these. And that's probably good. Now I can make a lockpick, and I can go open those crates. Aha, here we go. I know I'm over time already. I'm gonna go try to find that crate. Any of y'all wonder what the last prize is gonna be? Like the last upgrade from the oven? What am I doing? I gotta carefully choose which of these I'm gonna board up. I do have the resources. What are you talking about? What are you on about? I have all the wood in the world. Why do you get all the wood in the world? Why do you get all the wood in the world? Alright, let's head out. Try to find that crate. For a little leisurely morning stroll. Our morning constitutional. Pip pip cheerio. Capital idea, old lad. Old bean. Nope, nothing there. There, I swear, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. There was a crate up here. Here it is. Oh, medicine, cool. It's fucking nothing. Wow. I could open this one. Shit, there's another one. Does that mean I need to wait until... Try to get me. Try to fuck me! Oh, you want to fuck me so bad. Try to fuck me. That dog is Christian and I'm a boyfriend-free girl. And that's the way the news goes. I need... that's the problem. I need more nails. How do you... can you craft... I should remember if you can craft nails. But I don't. Metal? What, can you craft nails out of wire? It seems like that would be the logical... Within the world of the game, within its twisted system of logic. That's the way I would do it. It's going to be a rainy day. Just about to 50% though. We're getting there, little by little. We'll call it quits. That was a fun night. We had a variety of games. The usual dog shit. Next time I might be desperate enough to download that new Slender Man game. Just to see what people are still doing with the character in this, the year of our Lord 2023. Sort of unbelievable. I had to do a double take when I saw it in the Itch.io store. But that is all for this time. Thank you all for joining me. get at me again on Monday. That's same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock West Coast time, p.m. to 11 o'clock. This is Ham Dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.